Welcome back in part 11 of PlayStation. Anyways, let's continue. Each console has a variety of games.
The PlayStation 2, PSX and PlayStation 3 exhibit backwards compatibility and can play most of the games released on the original PlayStation.
Some of these games can also be played on the PlayStation Portable, but they must be purchased and downloaded from a list of PS1 classics from the PlayStation Store.
Games released on the PlayStation 2 can currently only be played on the original console as well as the PSX and the early models of the PlayStation 3, which are backwards compatible.
The PlayStation 3 has two types of games, those released on Blu-ray discs and downloadable games from the PlayStation Store.
The PlayStation Portable consists of numerous games available on both its physical media, the Universal Media Disc and the digital download from the PlayStation Store.
However, some games are only available on the UMD, while others are only available on the PlayStation Store.
The PlayStation Vita consists of games available on both its physical media, the PlayStation Vita card and digital download from the PlayStation Store.
List of PlayStation games may refer to List of PlayStation console video games. List of PlayStation console games at will.
List of PlayStation console games M2Z. List of video games for other Sony PlayStation consoles.
List of PlayStation 2 games at K.
List of PlayStation 2 games L to Z.
List of PlayStation 3 games at C.
List of PlayStation 3 games D to I.
List of PlayStation 3 games J to P.
List of PlayStation 3 games Q to Z.
List of PlayStation 4 games at will.
List of PlayStation 4 games M to Z.
List of PlayStation 5 games. List of portable PlayStation games. List of PlayStation portable games.
List of PlayStation Vita games A to D.
List of PlayStation Vita games E to H.
List of PlayStation Vita games I to L.
List of PlayStation Vita games M to O.
List of PlayStation Vita games P to R.
List of PlayStation Vita games S.
List of PlayStation Vita games T to V.
List of PlayStation Vita games W to Z.
A list of cancelled PlayStation Vita games.
This is a list of games for the Sony PlayStation video game system, organized alphabetically by name.
There are often different names for the same game in different regions.
The final licensed PlayStation game released in Japan, not counting re-releases, was /Matrix 00 on May 15, 2004. Counting re-releases, the final licensed game released in Japan was Strider Hurry on October 24, 2006.
The final licensed game released in North America was FIFA Football 2005 on October 12, 2004. And the final licensed game released in Europe was either Snappy Dash Clan Crocodile 3 Fun Games on July 18, 2005, or Murian X on July 20, 2005.
Additionally, homebrew games were created using the Sony PlayStation Net Heroes.
Games were being reprinted as late as 2008 with Metal Gear Solid in Metal Gear Solid: The Essential Collection.
There are currently 4,075 games across both this page, a 12, and the remainder of the list from M to Z. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions column.
Games dated December 3, 1994, JP, September 9, 1995, NA, September 29, 1995, EU, November 15, 1995, AU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
This is a continued list of games for the Sony PlayStation video game system, organized alphabetically by name.
There are often different names for the same game in different regions.
There are currently 4,075 games across both this page, M to Z, and the remainder of the list from A to L. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions column.
Games dated December 3, 1994, JP, September 9, 1995, NA, September 29, 1995, EU, and November 15, 1995, AU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
This is a list of games for Sony's PlayStation 2 video game console.
Title names may be different for each region due to the first language spoken.
The last game for the PlayStation 2, Pro Evolution Soccer 2014, was released on 8 November 2015. There are currently 4,348 games across both this page, that's okay, and the remaining games from L to Z, 5,000 plus. This is a continued list of games for the Sony PlayStation 2 video game system.
Title names may be different for each region due to the first language spoken.
There are currently 4,348 games across both this page, L to Z, and the list from F to K. There are currently 2,310 games in this table across all pages, A to C, D to I, J to P, and Q to Z.
It does not include PlayStation Minis, PS1 Classics or PS2 Classics.
There are currently 2,310 games in this table across all pages, A to C, D to I, J to P, and Q to Z.
It does not include PlayStation Minis, PS1 Classics or PS2 Classics.
There are currently 2,310 games in this table across all pages, A to C, D to I, J to P, and Q to Z.
It does not include PlayStation Minis, PS1 Classics or PS2 Classics.
There are currently 2,310 games in this table across all pages, A to C, D to I, J to P, and Q to Z.
It does not include PlayStation Minis, PS1 Classics or PS2 Classics.
This is a list of games that were released for the PlayStation 4 console. There are currently 3,594 games across both lists. This is a list of games for the PlayStation 4.
The PlayStation 4 supports both physical and digital games.
Physical games are sold on Blu-ray disc and digital games can be purchased through the PlayStation Store.
See list of PlayStation 2 games for PlayStation 4 for PlayStation 2 games running on PlayStation 4 with an emulator.
See list of PlayStation VR games for a larger range of dedicated PlayStation VR games. There are currently 3,740 games on this list. This is a list of games for the PlayStation 4.
The PlayStation 4 supports both physical and digital games.
Physical games are sold on Blu-ray disc and digital games can be purchased through the PlayStation Store.
See Arcade Archives and Arcade Game Series for a list of emulated arcade games that have been released for the PlayStation 4, a list of PlayStation 2 games for PlayStation 4, for PlayStation 2 games running on PlayStation 4 with an emulator.
See list of PlayStation VR games for a larger range of dedicated PlayStation VR games. There are currently 3,740 games on this list. Here are the list of the free-to-play games, which released for the PlayStation 4 console. This is a list of games for the PlayStation 5.
Physical games are sold on Ultra HD Blu-ray and digital games can be purchased through the PlayStation Store.
The PlayStation 5 is backwards compatible with all but 9 PlayStation 4 games.
This list only includes games that are released natively for PlayStation 5.
PlayStation VR 2 and backwards compatible games are excluded. There are currently 1,106 games on this list. This article lists current and upcoming games for the PlayStation VR headset. There are 529 titles on this page. This article lists current and upcoming games for the PlayStation VR 2 headset. There are currently 426 games on this list. This is a list of games for the Sony PlayStation Portable Handheld Console.
It does not include the S1 Classics, the S-Minus, or Neo Geo Station.
Games have been released in several regions around the world: North America, NA, Japan, JP, Europe, EU, and Australia, AUS. The game show the date the game was first released in that region. Notes. Some games have multiple publishers, varying by region.
In these cases, the publishers are ordered by release date for their respective regions. An alternate English titles are listed underneath the main title.
There are currently 1,922 games on this list. These are lists of games for the PlayStation Vita that are distributed through retail via flash storage as well as downloadable from the PlayStation Store.
While the PlayStation Vita additionally plays some games of the PlayStation Portable, Original PlayStation, PlayStation Minis, PC Engine as purchasable downloads available on Japan PSN only, and PlayStation Mobile, and is able to play PlayStation 4 games through Remote Play and a selection of PlayStation 3 games through Remote Play or PlayStation Now. Now, these lists contain only games that were developed specifically for the system itself.
Physical cartridge retail games are region-free and can be played on any device. Digitally distributed games and downloadable content are, however, restricted by the PSN region the user's account is associated with.
Although there are no hardware restrictions on the type of regional account that can be used, this page lists the release date of games within the North American, European, and Japanese regions.
All PS Vita game formats, physical/digital, can be played with a PlayStation TV. However, for various reasons, that is, incompatibility with motion sensor/camera, not all games are compatible with it. The touchpad can be emulated on the PS TV.
The lists have a column denoting compatibility with a microconsole.
Games that were announced but cancelled prior to release are documented at the list of cancelled PlayStation Vita games. There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. List of games. List of PlayStation Vita games, E2D.
List of PlayStation Vita games, E2H.
List of PlayStation Vita games, I2L.
List of PlayStation Vita games, M2O.
List of PlayStation Vita games, P2R.
List of PlayStation Vita games, S.
List of PlayStation Vita games, T2V.
And list of PlayStation Vita games, W to Z.
This is a list of PlayStation Vita games that have been released and distributed at retail via flash storage cartridges or made available for download via the PlayStation Store service. While the PlayStation Vita features backwards compatibility and streaming services, which allow playing games from other platforms, this list only contains games that were developed specifically for the PlayStation Vita console.
The following categories of games are not included on this list. PlayStation Portable games available digitally.
PlayStation PS1 games available digitally.
TurboGrafx 16 PC Engine games available on multiple Sony platforms.
PlayStation Minis available on multiple Sony platforms.
PlayStation Mobile games available on multiple Sony platforms and Android devices.
And PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4 games available via Remote Play or PlayStation Now. This list of games also excludes applications, Companion apps for other games, and non-retail games.
Games that were announced but cancelled prior to release should be added to the list of cancelled PlayStation Vita games instead.
This article lists release dates for North American, European, and Japanese regions separately.
Physical cartridge games are region-free and can be played on a device from any region.
Digitally purchased games and add-ons are tied to the region of the user's PlayStation Network account, and while there are no hardware restrictions on which region of account can be used during initial setup, only a single account can be registered with the device at once. The PlayStation TV contains very similar hardware to the PlayStation Vita, including a matching cartridge slot for physical games, but not all games can be played on this device.
This is controlled by a whitelist of compatible games in the system software, and while this can be modified to increase compatibility by using custom firmware. This article has a column denoting a game's official compatibility with a PlayStation TV.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games.
The list of games is split across several articles, which can be accessed by clicking the alphabetical groups in parentheses above the main table.
For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, Japan, February 15, 2012, North America, and February 22, 2012, Europe, are the launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, and February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA. On February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA. On February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
List of games for the PlayStation Vita. There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA. On February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
There are currently 1,732 games across the lists of PlayStation Vita games. For a chronological list, click the sort button in any of the available regions columns.
Games dated December 17, 2011, JP, February 15, 2012, NA, on February 22, 2012, EU, are launch titles of each region respectively.
The original PlayStation is a video game console released by Sony in late 1994.
This list documents games that were announced for the PlayStation at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
There are currently 93 games on this list. Title: Seven Blades. Developer and publisher, Konami. Work on the game began in 1998 for the original PlayStation. Captain, but development was shifted to the PlayStation 2, where the game released in late 2000 because the developers needed stronger hardware to be able to render more characters on screen concurrently.
Title abuse. Developer Crack.com. Publisher Victake. Originally released in 1996 on PC platforms, versions for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation were announced at E3 1996, but never materialized.
Title Influx 1996. Developer Cryo Interactive. Publisher Viacom New Media. A video game adaptation of the Influx television series broadcast from 1991 to 1995 was scheduled for release on PlayStation in 1996.
Development was far enough along for playable promotional copies to be sent out to magazines for previews.
However, during development, publisher Viacom New Media went through a corporate merger and lost the rights to publish games from the franchise, resulting in the game's cancellation.
Some of the content and assets were reworked into the poorly received Pax Corpus 1997.
The game is completely unrelated to the Influx 2005 video game released for PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox.
Title Aliens vs. Predator. Developer Rebellion Developments. Publisher Fox Interactive. In 1995, a video game adaptation of the Alien vs. Predator crossover franchise was announced for release in 1997 for the PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Microsoft Windows.
Whoa!
The console version were in development into 1997, with a PlayStation version being present at E3 1997, but after delays, only the Windows version ever materialized when the game released in 1999.
A Dreamcast version was later reported online magazines, though it never materialized either.
Title Aquaria. Developer Lobotomy Software. Publisher Enix. In 1997, Lobotomy Software announced their first Nintendo 64 game, Aquaria.
Described as resembling an underwater version of Nights into Dreams, Enix was also said to be developing a port of the game for PlayStation.
However, neither version ever released.
Title Battlesport 2/Geoswarm. Developer Cyclone Studios. Publisher 3DO. A sequel to Battlesport 1997 was planned for the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation, but never released for any system.
Title Black and White. Developer Chrysalis Software and Lionhead Studios. One of multiple console versions of the 2001 PC release and development, but ultimately cancelled.
The version for the original PlayStation was unique in that it was the only console substantially weaker than the PC version, requiring extensive cutbacks in graphics and gameplay to get running on the console.
The game was scheduled for release in mid-2001, over a year after the release of the PlayStation 2.
After its cancellation, focus was shifted on versions for the PS2, Dreamcast, and the original Xbox, though none of these ever materialized either. Title Blackthorn. Developer Blizzard Entertainment. Publisher Interplay Entertainment. Shortly after the game's initial release on SNES, publisher Interplay decided against the Sega Genesis port in favor of concentrating on more powerful hardware.
Sega 32X, Saturn, and PlayStation versions were announced, though of those, only the 32X version released. Title, Bloodstorm. Developer, Incredible Technologies. Publisher, Strata. Released in arcades in 1994, Sega Saturn and PlayStation ports were announced, but neither console version ever materialized.
Titles, Bubble Symphony / Bubble Bobble 2. Developer, Tato. Publisher, Virgin Interactive. After its 1994 release as an arcade game, console versions were announced.
While the announced Sega Saturn version, released in 1997, a PlayStation version, far enough along to be slated for a January 1998 release, never materialized. Titles, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Developer, The Collective. Publisher, Fox Interactive. Originally in development for the PlayStation, Dreamcast and PC, publisher Fox Interactive announced in April 2001 that the title would become an Xbox exclusive.
Title, Learn Cycle. Developer, Trick Media. Publisher, Philips Interactive Media. Released for the CDI in 1994, console ports for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation were announced in 1996, but neither ever surfaced.
Titles, Converse Hardcore Hoops / Converse City Hall Tour. Publisher, Virgin Interactive. Announced at E3 1995 for the Sega Saturn, Sega Genesis, Sega 32X, SNES, PlayStation, and PC. The game was reportedly far in development, but was cancelled and never released in any capacity.
Despite a large budget and an impressive 15,000 frames of animations, the game reported garnered very negative reactions from test audiences who did not like the game's half-court 2 versus 2 setup. Title, Creation. Developer, Bullfrog Productions. With work starting in the early 1990s, the game featured a lengthy and troubled development process.
Versions for the Sega Saturn, PlayStation, Amiga CD32, and various PC platforms were announced over time, though no version of the game was ever released. Title, Crime Patrol. Developer and publisher, American Laser Games. After releasing as an arcade game on a few PC and consoles in 1993 and 1994, ports to Sega Saturn and PlayStation were announced for 1996, but neither ever released.
Title, Dirty War. Developer, Sid Interactive. Dirty War was a multiplayer strategy tactical game that was in development by New Zealand-based Sid Interactive for the PlayStation.
Around 6 people were working on it.
It was originally scheduled for release in 1999, but was later put on hold indefinitely.
Title, Dark Sun, Shattered Lands. Developer, Strategic Simulations. Publisher, Data East. Released for PC platforms in 1993 by Strategic Simulations, console versions by Data East were announced for Sega Saturn and PlayStation for release in 1996, but neither version ever materialized.
Title, Deadly Honor. Developer and publisher, Tech Magic. An action game featuring actor Steven Seagal, announced for a late 1997 release for both the PlayStation and the Nintendo 64. The game was cancelled in its beta stages and never released in any capacity for either platform.
Title, Demolition Man. Developer and publisher, Virgin Interactive. A video game adaptation of the film Demolition Man, 1993, was announced for a number of video game consoles.
While versions for Sega Genesis, Sega CD, SNES, and 3DO released across 1995, the PlayStation version never materialized. Title, Down in the Dumps. Developer, HQ Studios. Publisher, Philips Interactive Media. Originally for the CDI, ports for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation were announced for late 1996 after its failure, though only releases for PC platforms ever materialized.
Title, Dragon Sword. Developer, Interactive Studios. Publisher, MGM Interactive. Announced in 1997 as The Legend of Zelda-inspired game coming to the Nintendo 64 first, and Windows and the PlayStation sometime after, the game went through many changes over its multiple years of development, including a transition into a simpler, Golden Axe-styled action game.
Despite being near completion, the game was cancelled in 2001 due to its publisher pulling out, citing fears regarding its profitability. Title, Duckman, The Graphic Adventures of a Private Dick. Developer, Illusions Gaming Company. Publisher, Playmates Interactive. A video game adaptation of the Duckman animated television series was in development concurrently for Windows and PlayStation and scheduled for release in 1997, the year of its final season.
However, only the Windows version ever materialized. Title, Dungeon Keeper. Developer, Wolfride Productions. Publisher, Electronic Arts. Released on PC platforms in 1997, Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions were in development and due for release in 1997, but were both cancelled.
Title, Dungeon Keeper 2. Developer, Wolfride Productions. Publisher, Electronic Arts. Originally announced at E3 1998 with a release planned by the end of the same year on the Windows and the original PlayStation, when the game actually released in 1999, only a Windows version materialized.
Title, Dungeons & Dragons Collection. Developer and publisher, Capcom. Originally released on the Sega Saturn in 1999, a PlayStation version was also in development, but cancelled in favor of Capcom focusing on other projects instead.
Title, Dungeons & Dragons, Tower of Doom. Developer and publisher, Capcom. Originally released as an arcade game in 1994, the game was released as part of the Dungeons & Dragons Collection 1999 on the Sega Saturn, but its release on PlayStation, both standalone and as part of Collection, were cancelled so Capcom could focus on other projects instead.
Title, Earthworm Jim 3D. Developer, Shiny Entertainment. Publisher, Playmates Interactive. Development started on the PlayStation, but was cancelled in favor of a Nintendo 64 version by 1997, which was the only console it appeared on by its release in 1999.
Title, Enemy Zero. Developer, Warp. Publisher, Sony. The game was initially announced for release for the PlayStation console.
However, Kenji Eno, leader of the development team at Warp, became upset with Sony after they failed to produce as many copies as previously agreed upon of Warp's previous game, the 1995.
That led to him cancelling the PlayStation of Enemy Zero in favor of developing it for the Sega Saturn, where it released in 1996.
Titles, Exodus/VidGuns. Developer, Neversoft Entertainment. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. The game started as a demo named VidGuns that developer Neversoft created to attract interest in getting a publishing deal from a game publisher.
They attracted the interest of Shiny Entertainment, though they asked the team to use the game engine to facilitate a port their PC game MDK 1997 to the PlayStation first.
The teams continued to work on the game idea concurrently, and upon MDK being a success, secured a publishing deal with Sony.
The game changed a lot in their collaboration with Sony, including changing the name to Exodus due to being unable to secure the rights to Big Guns. And moving from a 3D action/shoot mech game into more of a 3D Metroid and Mega Man inspired design.
Sony cancelled the game in November 1997, though the game engine was later reused for future Neversoft releases Apocalypse 1998 and early entries in the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series.
Titles: Evergrace. Developer From Software. Publisher Agetic. Development began on the PlayStation 2, but midway through, the development on a scaled-back PS1 version was started in hopes of reaching a larger audience.
Unhappy with the progress on the PS1 version, it was cancelled in favor of only releasing the original PS2 version. Titles: Fortress. Developer Promethean Designs. Publisher Majesco. Originally announced as Fortress by developer Promethean Designs for the Dreamcast and PlayStation 1, Majesco obtained the rights for the game. Moved development to the Game Boy Advance under their own internal development team and released it only for the Game Boy Advance in 2001.
Titles: Ghost Rider. Developer Neversoft Entertainment. Publisher Crystal Dynamics. 1996.
Title: Hexen 2. Developer Raven Software. Publisher Activision. Versions of the 1997 PC release were announced for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation by Activision, but never materialized.
Titles: Hyperblade/Hockey-Drome. Developer Whizbang Software Productions. Publisher Activision. Originally announced as Hockey-Drome, a futuristic, ultra-violent version of the sport of hockey for the 32X, Sega Saturn, and the original PlayStation. By the time the game was released under its final name, Hyperblade, in November 1996, only a version for Windows was released.
Title: I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Developer and publisher Cyber Dreams. Early in development, Sega CD and PlayStation versions was reported to be in development, though it was not widely publicized, and only versions for various PC platforms ever released.
Title: Eco. Developer Team Eco. Publisher Sony Computer Entertainment. The game spent 2 years in development for the original PlayStation until the development team decided that the hardware was not powerful enough to carry out Director Fumito Uda's vision for the game.
In order to stick to the plan, the PS1 version was cancelled as they transitioned it to the PlayStation 2, where it released in 2001. Title: Independence War 2, Edge of Chaos. Developer Particle Systems. Publisher Infogrames. Scheduled for release for the PlayStation, Dreamcast, Windows, and Nintendo 64, none of the console versions ever ended up releasing, only the Windows version, released in 2001.
Title: The Indestructibles. Developer Bullfrog Productions. Publisher Sean Cooper. 1996.
Title: Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. Developer and publisher LucasArts. 1999.
Title: Iron Soldier 2. Developer Eclipse Software Design. 1997.
Title: Jeff Gordon XS Racing. Developer Real Sports. Publisher ASC Games. It was initially planned for release on PlayStation, Nintendo 64, Windows, and Game Boy Color.
However, the PlayStation and N64 versions were cancelled, with only the Windows and GBC versions releasing. Title: The Journeyman Project, Pegasus Prime, US version. Developer, Presto Studios. Publisher, Acclaim Entertainment. Q2, 1997.
Title, Showtime. Developer, Logicware. Publisher, Acclaim Entertainment. 1996.
Title, Kingdom of Magic. Developer and publisher, Sales Curve Interactive. 1996.
Title, Kiss, Psycho Circus, The Nightmare Child. Developer, Third Law Interactive. 2000.
Title, The Last Express. Developer, Game Bank. Publisher, Brotherhood. 1997.
Title, Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 2. Developer, Crystal Dynamics. Publisher, Eidos Interactive. The project was initially started as a project on Dreamcast and the PlayStation, but in May 2000, after putting together a mock-up of what could be accomplished on PlayStation 2 for an E3 2000 presentation, Eidos Interactive decided to cancel the prior version and shift to a PS2 and Windows release, which occurred in late 2001.
Title, Legions of the Undead. Developer, Rebellion Developments. 1995.
Title, Lego Stunt Rally. Developer, Asylum Entertainment. Publisher, Lego Media. 2000.
Title, Mace, The Dark Age. Developer and publisher, Midway Games. 1997.
Title, Madden NFL 96. Developer, Visual Concepts. Publisher, EA Sports. 1995.
Title, Major Damage. Developer, Capcom. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. 1996.
Title, Malice. Developer, Argonaut Games. Publisher, Fox Interactive. 2004.
Title, Marvel 2099, One Nation Under Doom. Developer, Mindscape. Publisher, Capcom. 1997.
Title, Messiah. Developer, Shiny Entertainment. Publisher, Interplay Entertainment. Originally announced for Dreamcast, PlayStation, and Windows, only the Windows version ever released.
The Dreamcast version was delayed and eventually cancelled due to the slow hardware sales of the Dreamcast. Title, Monster Force. Developer, Digital Eclipse Software. Publisher, Konami. 2001.
Title, Myth, History in the Making. Developer, System 3. A revival of Myth, History in the Making, 1989, was in development for Nintendo 64, PlayStation, Sega Saturn, and Windows.
The release was delayed due to a legal dispute with Eidos Interactive, who were already releasing their own Myth series, and the game ultimately never materialized for any system. Title, Neopets, The Darkest Fairy. Developer, The Code Monkeys. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. An action-adventure game based on the Neopets website was announced at E3 2003 and would be released in November of that year.
At the end of October 2003, it was announced that the PlayStation version would be scrapped in favor of a PlayStation 2 version, with the site's management stating that the system couldn't achieve everything they wanted to do for the game.
The game would be released near the end of 2005.
Title, NHL 96. Developer and publisher, EA Sports. 1995.
Title, NHL Blades of Steel 99. Developer and publisher, Konami. 1999.
Title, Omicron, The Nomad Soul. Developer, Quantic Dream. Publisher, Eidos Interactive. 2000.
Title Onimusha Warlords. Developer and publisher Capcom. 1997.
Title Power Slide. Developer Ratbat Games. Publisher GT Interactive. After its 1998 Windows release, versions for the PlayStation, arcades, and Nintendo 64 were announced, though none of the other versions ever materialized.
Title Prince of Persia 3D. Developer and publisher Red Orb Entertainment. 1999.
Title The Punisher. Developer Crystal Dynamics. Publisher Capcom. 1996.
Title Quake. Developer Lobotomy Software. 1997.
Title Rayman 2. Developer Ubisoft. Summer 1996.
Title Raise. Developer and publisher Interplay Entertainment. Originally announced as Realms of Valor for Nintendo 64, Raise was a 4-player 3D fighting game based in the Dungeons & Dragons Forgotten Realms setting.
By 2000, the game had shifted development to the PlayStation, but was ultimately never released in any capacity. Title Rebel Moon Rising. Developer Fenris Wolf. Publisher GT Interactive. 1997.
Title Red Line. Developer and publisher Accolade. 1997.
Title Ripper. Developer and publisher Take-Two Interactive. 1996.
Title Rocket Jockey. Developer Rocket Science Games. 1997.
Title Rocky Interactive Horror Show. Developer and publisher Online Entertainment. 1999.
Title Scooby-Doo Classic Creep Capers. Developer Terraglif Interactive Studios. 2001.
Title Space Bunnies Must Die. Developer Jinx/Ripper Games. Publisher Take-Two Interactive. Console versions of the 1998 Windows release were scheduled for the PlayStation and Nintendo 64, but never released, as the game was a serious commercial failure for its developers Ripper Games, who were bought out by investors due to its poor performance.
It was seen as a poor attempt to cash in on the popularity of the Tomb Raider franchise. Title Spec Ops Rangers Lead the Way. Developer Zombie Studios. Publisher BMG Interactive. 1997.
Title Spiral Saga. Developer Software Creations. Publisher Sony Computer Entertainment Europe. 1998.
Title Star Trek Starfleet Academy. Developer and publisher Interplay Entertainment. 1997.
Title Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Developer and publisher LucasArts. 1999.
Title Superman. Developer Blue Sky Software. Publisher Titus Interactive. 2000.
Title Test Drive Cycles. Developer and publisher Infogrames North America. A proposed spin-off of the Test Drive series of video games that would have featured motorbike racing.
Whoa!
Planned for release in 2000, all versions of the game, PlayStation, Dreamcast, Windows, were cancelled outside of a vastly different Game Boy Color version. Title Three Dirty Dwarves. Developer Appaloosa Interactive. Publisher Sega Soft. 1996.
Title Thrill Kill. Developer Paradox Development. Publisher Virgin Interactive. This fighting game was anticipated for its extreme violence and sexual content, and was one of the first titles to receive an 8.0 rating.
The game was planned for an October 1998 release, but in August, Virgin Interactive's North American operations were purchased by Electronic Arts.
EA declined to publish the game or sell the rights to another company, deeming it too graphic for release.
Title: Time Crisis 2. Developer and publisher: Namco. 1997.
Title: TaBNWNE. Developer: Blitz Games. Fall 2000.
Title: Tommy Thunder. Developer: Player One Studios. Publisher: ASC Games. Originally announced for the Nintendo 64, development later shifted to the PlayStation, though this version also went unreleased.
Title: Too Human. Developer: Silicon Knights. 1999.
Title: Transformers. Developer: Argonaut Software. Publisher: Takara. In 1994, Takara announced that the cancellation of a Transformers game being developed for SNES, and that the project would instead be released in 1995 on the next generation of consoles, including the PlayStation.
However, these ports were also never released. Title: Varuna Forces. Developer: Accent Media Productions. 1996.
Title: Waterworld. Developer: Ocean Software. 1995.
Title: Wild Wild West, The Steel Assassin. Developer and publisher: South Peak Interactive. 1999.
Title: Wonder Project J2. Developer: Hero Corporation. Publisher: Enix. 1997. And Title: 05. Developer: Caspian Software. 1997.
The PlayStation 2 is a video game console released by Sony in 2000.
This list documents games that were announced for the PlayStation at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
The PlayStation 3 is a video game console released by Sony in 2006.
The follow-up to their extremely successful PlayStation 2, the console initially struggled due to its high price point and the difficulty of developing for its unique system architecture.
These factors, combined with increased budget and scope, involved with a move into high-definition video game development, led to the cancellation of games.
This list documents games that were confirmed for the PlayStation 3 at some point, but did not end up being released for it in any capacity.
There are currently 133 games on this list. Title: 2 Days to Vegas. Developer: Steel Monkeys. A game in which the player character traveled between multiple American cities to reach Las Vegas began development in 2003 and was announced in 2005. Planned to release first on Xbox 360 and PC before coming to PlayStation 3 later.
Though no new media of the game was shown after 2008, developer Steel Monkeys continued to assert it was in development, though the remainder of the console generation passed without the game being released. Title: Aerocross. Developer and publisher: Namco Bandai Games. As part of Namco Generations, a line of modern remakes of classic Namco arcade games, a revival of the arcade game Metro Cross, 1985. was announced in 2010 for release on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
However, Namco remained silent for some time regarding the game's progress until 2012, when it was announced that Arrow Cross had been cancelled and there would be no further Namco Generations games. Title: Afterfall Insanity. Developer: Intoxicate Studios. Publisher: Nicholas Entertainment Group. A port of the game was planned for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but never released.
Title: The Agency, Covered Ops. Developer: SOE Seattle. Publisher: Sony Online Entertainment. Initially announced in 2007, the MMO shooting game The Agency, Covered Ops, was cancelled following the closure of its developer, SOE Seattle.
Title: Agent. Developer: Rockstar North. Publisher: Rockstar Games. Initially teased in 2007 and announced in 2009, the stealth action game Agent was a source of much speculation, with Rockstar Games not providing any details beyond its title.
Development extended beyond the lifespan of the PlayStation 3, and the trademark was eventually fully abandoned in 2018.
According to former Rockstar employees, the game was cancelled as a result of members of the development team being reassigned to work on Grand Theft Auto 5.
Title: Animal Wars. Developer: Factor 5. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Prior to the launch of the PlayStation 3, Julian Egbert of Factor 5 made a pitch to Sony for Animal Wars, a World War I-inspired tactics game featuring anthropomorphic animal characters as combatants.
Sony approved the pitch, and it began development under a small team, while the bulk of the company focused on the game that would become Lair 2007.
Whoa!
In 2006, due to Lair's troubled development and Sony's marketing team becoming uncomfortable with the concept of animals shooting each other in a dark and violent setting, Animal Wars was cancelled and its team was laid off.
Title: Ashes Cricket 2015. Developer: Trickstar Games. Publisher: 505 Games. Originally released on PC to scathing reviews, the game was shortly after pulled from Steam and planned console versions for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii U were cancelled.
Title: The Avengers. Developer: Blueton Entertainment. Publisher: THQ. A first-person brawler video game set to be released in 2012 to coincide with the release of the 2012 film of the same name was announced for many platforms, PlayStation 3 included.
However, THQ's financial difficulties at the time led to multiple games being delayed or cancelled, and with this project being tied to the timing of the film's release, it was ultimately scrapped and not released on any platforms. Title: Batman: The Dark Knight. Developer: Pandemic Studios. Publisher: Electronic Arts. Beginning development prior to principal photography for the film The Dark Knight, developer Pandemic Studios experienced several technical difficulties resulting from the game's assets being incompatible with its chosen game engine.
As a result, the game missed the film's release window, and the ongoing technical issues resulted in the decision to cancel production, with Electronic Arts losing the Batman license and Pandemic being shut down shortly thereafter. Title: Beautiful Katamari. Developer and publisher: Namco Bandai Games. While initially reported as coming to both PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, only the Xbox 360 version released in 2007, making it the first Katamari game to not be released on a PlayStation system.
Title: Beyond Good and Evil 2. Developer: Ubisoft Montpellier. Publisher, Ubisoft. Announced in 2008 as a sequel to the original Beyond Good and Evil, 2003, in development for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 platforms.
As of 2024, the game is still in development and unreleased on any platform, though the developers announced that development had moved on to more powerful hardware, as both of its original platforms were deemed too underpowered for their ambitious plans for the game. Title: Blue Steel Superman. Developer: Factor 5. Publisher: Brash Entertainment. A Superman game in development for the Wii, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 platforms in 2008.
Initially intended as a tie-in to a proposed Superman Returns film sequel, the game had a troubled development period and had to be retooled when said film sequel was cancelled.
In 2009, both Brash Entertainment and Factor 5 were impacted by the Great Recession and closed down, ending the game's development.
Title: Bomberman Live, Battlefest. Developer and publisher, Hudson Soft. Versions for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii were announced, but only the Xbox 360 version was released.
Title: Bug, Brink of Extinction. Developer: Pi Studios. Publisher: Hudson Soft. A downloadable revival of the Bug series was planned for release on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii, but was cancelled in 2011 when Hudson Soft was closed down.
Title: Brothers in Arms, Furious 4. Developer: Gearbox Software. Publisher: Ubisoft. A new entry in the Brothers in Arms series was announced at E3 2011 and would have been an over-the-top take on World War II shooting games with 4-player cooperative play.
Developer Gearbox Software later decided that the game would not be a good fit for the Brothers in Arms series, converting the project into an original IP.
Furious 4 was ultimately cancelled, though elements of the gameplay would later be utilized in Battleborn 2016.
Title: Capsized. Developer: Alien Trap. A PlayStation 3 port was intended to be released after the Xbox 360 version in 2013, but failed to materialize.
Title: Untitled Castlevania game. Developer and publisher, Konami. A 3D entry in the Castlevania franchise was initially announced at Tokyo Game Show in 2008 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, which was implied to feature Alucard as its main protagonist.
However, the game was never released. Title: Cypher Complex. Developer: Edge of Reality. Publisher: Sega. First announced in 2006 as Edge of Reality's first attempt to create their own IP after many years of creating licensed games or ports for other companies.
The game was described as a new sort of stealth-based game for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but the game never materialized and Edge of Reality eventually went out of business. Title: The City of Metronome. Developer: Tarsier Studios. The 3D puzzle platformer The City of Metronome was announced at E3 2005 for the next generation consoles.
The game struggled to find a publisher and was ultimately placed on indefinite hold in 2007. Title: The Chronicles of Narnia, The Voyage of the Dawn Treader. Developer: Nihilistic Software. A video game adaptation of The Chronicles of Narnia, The Voyage of the Dawn Treader was in development, but never released. Title:
Coded Arms, Assault. Developer and publisher, Konami. A PlayStation 3 sequel to Coded Arms 2005 was announced at E3 2006.
Konami later announced that they no longer had plans to release the game in any form. A sequel would not be released until Coded Arms Contagion 2007 for PlayStation Portable. Title: Dancing Eyes. Developer and publisher Namco Bandai Games. As part of Namco Generations, a line of modern remakes of classic Namco arcade games. A revival of the arcade game Dancing Eyes 1996 was announced in 2011 for release on PlayStation 3.
However, Namco remained silent for some time regarding the game's progress until 2012, when it was announced that Dancing Eyes had been cancelled. Title: The Dark Eye, Demonicon. Developer: Namena Studios. Publisher: Calypso Media. Versions for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 were announced, planned for release after the PC version, but these console ports failed to materialize.
Title: Devil's Third. Developer: Valhalla Game Studios. Publisher: THQ. Initially beginning as an Xbox 360 exclusive to be published by Microsoft Game Studios, the partnership fell through, and THQ picked up the game, planning to release it on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
These plans were dropped as a result of THQ's bankruptcy, and the game would eventually be published by Nintendo in 2016 as a Wii U exclusive. Title: Dirty Harry. Developer: The Collective. Publisher: Warner Brothers Interactive. A video game continuing the story of the 1971 film Dirty Harry was announced in 2005, and was set to feature Clint Eastwood reprising his role as Harry Callahan.
While planned to launch on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2007, the project was cancelled that year due to development issues. Title: Disaster Report 4. Developer and publisher Iran. The fourth entry in the Disaster Report series was originally to be developed and published by Iran and released in March 2011. But was delayed before being cancelled as a result of the 2011 Tahiti earthquake and tsunami.
Members of the development team later formed a new company, Grandella, who acquired the rights to Disaster Report in 2014 and resumed development of the game, releasing it for PlayStation 4 in 2018. Title: Dreamcast Collection. Developer and publisher, Sega. A retail listing for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions of the Dreamcast Collection was first discovered in late 2010.
The compilation was only released for Xbox 360, though the individual games were already available for separate digital purchase on PlayStation 3. Title: Dying Light. Developer: Techland. Publisher: Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. The game was initially announced in 2013 for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and PC.
The PS3 and 360 versions were later cancelled due to Techland determining that they were not powerful enough to run the game. Title: Earth No More. Developer: Recoil Games. Publisher: 3D Realms. Earth No More was a first-person shooter set in England, with a player characters dealing with an environmental apocalypse.
Initially announced in 2008, the game was never released due to financial difficulties at 3D Realms. Title: 8 Days. Developer: London Studio. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment Europe. The action game 8 Days was to feature dual protagonists traveling across 8 states over the course of 8 days, with the system's real-time clock affecting gameplay.
In 2008, it was reported that the game was being put on hold alongside The Getaway 3 to focus on other first-party PlayStation games.
While Sony claimed in 2009 that 8 Days and The Getaway 3 were not cancelled, neither game ever saw release.
Title: Elvian. Developer: Tentacle Studios. The high fantasy RPG Elvian was announced in 2005, but its developer suffered financial problems and was forced to shut down in 2008.
Though Elvian was set to be transferred to another developer, it was never completed. Title: Endless Saga. Developer and publisher: Webzine. The MMORPG Endless Saga was announced in 2005 for PlayStation 3 and PC, only to be cancelled in favor of Webzine focusing on other titles in development.
Title: Epic Mickey. Developer: Junction Point Studios. Publisher: Disney Interactive Studios. Development for the game was originally started as a PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC release.
The rise of the popularity of Nintendo's Wii platform lead to Disney reps asking if a Wii version could be developed too.
When developers expressed concern with getting a Wii version up and running as well due to its very different hardware, after further review, they felt a Wii release was most important, and cancelled all other versions before releasing the game on the Wii in 2010.
Title: Eternal Light. Developer: Revistronic. The cooperative action game Eternal Light, originally announced in 2007 under the codename Reject Witches, was planned for release in 2011, but never released due to developer Revistronic's bankruptcy in 2011.
Title: Identify. Developer: London Studio. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. A game that used the PlayStation Eye to interface with a team of operatives was demonstrated at E3 2005, but was not subsequently mentioned again.
Title: Faith in the Dot 45. Developer: Deadline Games. In 2008, Deadline Games announced a cooperative shooter starring a Bonnie and Clyde-style pair of outlaws during the Great Depression.
Whoa!
While the game received positive press, Deadline were too unable to find a publisher, and the company filed for bankruptcy in 2009. Title: Fallen Frontier. Developer: Moonshot Games. Fallen Frontier was a digital-only game being developed for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 and PC by Moonshot Games, a studio founded by former members of Bungie.
While the game was positively received by players at trade shows, the company struggled to find a publisher due to changes in the market, and the game was cancelled in 2013. Title: Fear Files. Developer: TimeGate Studios. Publisher: Vivendi Games. A standalone compilation release of the Pursuit Mandate and Extraction Point expansions for Fear 2005 was planned for release on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 in 2007, though only the Xbox version saw release.
Title: Final Fantasy XIV. Developer and publisher: Square Enix. When Final Fantasy XIV 2010 first launched on Windows, it was heavily criticized by players and press outlets for its poor gameplay and unfinished state.
As a result, a planned PlayStation 3 port was delayed while Square worked to fix these issues.
Ultimately, this original version never released on PS3, as the decision was made to completely rebuild the game from scratch with a new story and mechanics.
When and this new game was launched in 2013, initially subtitled as A Realm Reborn. It was released simultaneously on Windows and PS3. Title: Final Fantasy Versus 13. Developer and publisher: Square Enix. Announced in 2006 as part of the Fabula Nova Crystallis Final Fantasy series, Final Fantasy Versus 13 was planned as a PlayStation 3 exclusive.
As a result of slow development and gradual expansion of the game's scope, plans for the PS3 version were abandoned due to the system approaching the end of its life cycle. And development shifted to the next generation of consoles, ultimately releasing on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One at Final Fantasy 15, 2016. Title: Fortress. Developer: Grin. Publisher: Square Enix. Fortress was a code name for a planned spin-off in the Final Fantasy series intended as a sequel to the events of Final Fantasy XII, 2006.
While production began in 2009, Square Enix expressed dissatisfaction with the game's art style and withheld milestone payments to developer Grin throughout development.
As a result of this, combined with lower than expected sales from the company's other games released that year, Grin suffered heavy financial losses and the company was forced to shut down 6 months into the development of Fortress.
Title: Frame City Killer. Developer and publisher: Namco Bandai Games. Frame City Killer was an action game in which players controlled an assassin in a near future setting attempting to take down a drug kingpin.
While originally intended to release early in 2006, the game's release date slipped to later in the year before disappearing altogether. Title: Frontlines, Fuel of War. Developer: KO Studios. Publisher: THQ. Originally intended to release alongside the Xbox 360 and Windows versions, in 2008, the PlayStation 3 version was cancelled due to development difficulties.
Title: A Game of Dwarves. Developer: Zeal Game Studio. Publisher: Paradox Interactive. The game was originally planned for release in 2012 on PlayStation 3 and PC, but only the PC version was released.
Title: The Getaway 3. Developer: Team Soho/London Studio. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. A new entry in Sony's The Getaway series was announced in 2005.
In 2008, it was reported that the game was being put on hold alongside 8 Days to focus on other first-party PlayStation games.
While Sony claimed in 2009 that 8 Days and The Getaway 3 were not cancelled, neither game ever saw release.
Title: Glow Tag. Developer: Greenfly Studios. Glow Tag was intended as a video free party game using the PlayStation Move controller in which players would attempt to tag one another by touching each other's controllers.
While announced in 2013 as a downloadable game for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PC and Mac, the game was never released. Title: Gotham by Gaslight. Developer: Day One Studios. Publisher: THQ. A video game adaptation of Gotham by Gaslight, an alternate universe Batman story set in the 1800s, began development at Day One Studios, but was cancelled after publisher THQ failed to acquire the license to use the Batman IP.
Early concept art and video footage later surfaced in 2012. Title: Gravite. Developer: Japan Studio. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Production of the Gravity-based action game began in 2008 and utilized the PlayStation 3 6-axis controller.
In 2009, 2009, after seeing an early version of the PlayStation Vita and being impressed with its gyroscope technology, director Kiichiro Toyama decided to cancel the PS3 version and shift development to the Vita, where the game released as Gravity Rush 2012. Title: Guillermo del Toro's Sundown. Developer: Terminal Reality. Publisher: Ubisoft. Announced in E3 2006, Sundown was a post-apocalyptic zombie game similar to Left 4 Dead, developed in collaboration with filmmaker Guillermo del Toro.
However, Del Toro departed the project later that year, and the game was never released. Title: Guns Up. Developer: Valkyrie Entertainment. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. Originally announced for the Vita, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation 4, the Vita and PS3 versions were cancelled to help the team focus on being able to release the PS4 version.
Difficulty in getting it to run on the Vita's weaker hardware was also cited as a reason for its cancellation. Title: Parker. Developer: Double Helix Games. Publisher: Konami. A video game based on Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Announced in 2007, the game was placed on hiatus and later cancelled so the team could focus on developing Silent Hill: Homecoming 2008 instead. Title: Heat. Developer: Gearbox Software. Publisher: Titan Productions. A video game sequel to the 1995 film Heat was announced in 2006.
While some pre-production work was done and the company entered into negotiations for the film's cast to reprise their roles, the game never entered full production. As Gearbox Software was already busy with Borderlands and Aliens, Colonial Marines, and could not fully commit to a new project. Title: Heavenly Sword 2. Developer: SCE Studio Cambridge. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Following the release of Heavenly Sword 2007, original developer Ninja Theory chose not to work on a sequel in favor of developing a new game, Enslaved: Odyssey to the West.
SCE Studio Cambridge began work on the game in their place, but the project was ultimately cancelled due to Sony no longer seeing it as commercially viable.
Concept art of the game later surfaced in 2012.
Title: Heist. Developer: Exile Entertainment. Publisher: Codemasters. An open-world video game about a group of criminals performing elaborate thefts was announced in 2007 for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC.
However, technical issues with a PS3 version, combined with a strained relationship between its developer and publisher, ultimately led to the game's cancellation. Title: Highlander: The Game. Developer: Widescreen Games. Publisher: Eidos Interactive. A video game based on the Highlander franchise was announced in 2008.
However, the game was officially cancelled in 2010. Title: Hour of Victory. Developer: Infusion Interactive. Publisher: Midway Games. A PlayStation 3 port was scheduled to be released alongside the Xbox 360 version, but failed to materialize.
Title: Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. Developer: Bethesda Softworks. Publisher: LucasArts. A video game in the Indiana Jones franchise was in development for the PlayStation 3 between 2004 and 2009.
The plan had been to create a high-budget version of the game for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC platforms as a collaboration between LucasArts and Bethesda Softworks. announces different low-budget versions for weaker platforms such as the Wii and PlayStation 2 to smaller developers.
Development issues lead to many delays in a full reboot of the project, and the lack of progress, combined with a company's fear of being unable to compete with a critically acclaimed Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, 2007, lead to the eventual cancellation of the high-end versions of the game, while the low-end budget releases ended up being the only ones to release.
Title Insane. Developer Volition/THQ. Publisher THQ. The survival horror game Insane was announced in 2010 to be developed in collaboration with film director Guillermo del Toro, planned for release in 2010.
In 2012, shortly before going out of business, THQ announced the cancellation of Insane, with a game IP rights transferring to Del Toro. Title Interstellar Marines. Developer and publisher 0 Point Software. Initially announced to be coming to PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC, only the PC version was released in 2015.
Title Q&A. Developer and publisher Ubisoft. A first-person shooter announced by Ubisoft as a showcase of what was possible with the new PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 hardware.
First announced and shown in video format E3 2005, Ubisoft went quiet on the project shortly afterwards, and it never materialized in any capacity.
The game was cancelled midway through development, though patent renewals for the name still occurred well after the fact in 2009 and 2013.
Title Kingdom Under Fire 2. Developers Blueside and Fantagram. Publisher Gameforce. Initially announced for Xbox 360 in 2009, followed by the announcement of a PlayStation 3 version the following year, the game underwent a long and protracted development period that lasted beyond the lifespan of both systems, ultimately releasing only on Windows in 2019.
Title Tsuriyami. Developer Grasshopper Manufacture. Publisher Electronic Arts. The thriller game Tsuriyami was planned for release on PlayStation 3 and underwent several revisions during development.
After Electronic Arts agreed to publish the game, despite it being nearly completed, they requested that the game's story and mechanics be completely overhauled.
As a result, the game was cancelled and the work then was repurposed to become Shadows of the Damned, 2011.
Earlier drafts of Tsuriyami's story and concepts were later used as the basis for the game Black Knight Sword, 2012, and the manga Tsuriyami Dance. Title The Last Guardian. Developer Kimiko. Publisher Sony Computer Entertainment. Director Fumito Uda began concepting ideas for The Last Guardian shortly after the release of the developer's previous game, Shadow of the Colossus, 2005, though full production did not begin until 2007.
While originally planned to have a shorter development time, the small Kimiko had difficulty achieving acceptable performance on PlayStation 3 hardware.
In 2012, Sony made the decision to shift development to the upcoming PlayStation 4, while Yuda and multiple other members of the team left Sony, forcing other studios to finish development of the game.
After multiple delays, it was finally released in 2016. Title The Last Remnant. Developer and publisher Square Enix. Originally slated for release on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC, the 360 and PC versions released first with no date given for the PS3 version's release.
Square Enix later stated that the release was unlikely, believing the PS3 version would not be profitable due to its long delay and the weaker sales of the other versions. Title Legacy of Kain, Dead Son. Developer, Climax Studios. Publisher, Square Enix. A sixth entry in the Legacy of Kain series began development for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but was cancelled in 2013 during the early phases of production.
Work done on the game's multiplayer mode was later repurposed and converted into a free-to-play multiplayer game, Nosgus, which entered an open beta phase in 2015 before being shut down in 2016.
The existence of Dead Sun was later revealed through footage that leaked in 2015.
Title, Little Big Planet Hub. Developer, Media Molecule. Publisher, Sony Computer Entertainment. A smaller free-to-play entry in the Little Big Planet series was announced in 2013, intended to feature a limited suite of creation tools and the ability to play a small selection of levels.
Following its announcement, no other mention of the game was made, though beta footage was leaked onto the internet in 2024. Title, The Lord of the Rings, The White Council. Developer, EA Redwood Shores. Publisher, Electronic Arts. Announced in 2006 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 as Electronic Arts' answer to Skyrim utilizing the AI from the Simpsons games.
However, it was cancelled in the following year, with EA reportedly unhappy with initial progress with the game.
EA partnered with Pandemic Studios to create The Lord of the Rings, Conquest, 2009 instead.
Title, Lords of the Fallen. Developer, Deck 13 Interactive and CI Games. Publisher, CI Games. Initially announced to be released in 2013 for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC, the game was heavily overhauled and it was decided to move to more powerful hardware, with the console versions releasing on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One in 2014.
Title, Mad Max. Developer, Avalanche Studios. Publisher, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. A video game adaptation of the Mad Max franchise was announced at E3 2015 and was set to release the following year on PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PC, Xbox 360, and Xbox One.
Following a delay, it was announced in May 2015 that the ports for the two older systems had been cancelled due to hardware limitations. The other versions would be released later that year. Title, Magical Drop 5. Developer, Golgoth Studio. Publisher, UTV Ignition Entertainment. Ports of Magical Drop 5 2012 were announced for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, but never released.
Title, Mete Wars. Developer and publisher, Nipponichi Software. Initially teased in Mete Kingdom, Chronicles of the Sacred Tomb, Mete Wars was announced in 2004 to be releasing on the PlayStation Portable, with a PlayStation 3 version announced the following year.
Following the announcement, Nipponichi Software did not comment further on the game's development, and it spent over a decade being treated as vaporware.
The game ultimately released as a free-to-play mobile title in 2018.
Title, Marvel Chaos. Developer, EA Chicago. Publisher, Electronic Arts. An intended follow-up to Marvel Nemesis, Rise of the Imperfects, 2005, was in development by EA Chicago for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3.
The studio was dissolved in November 2007, and the game and series were cancelled in January 2008 when Electronic Arts changed its portfolio strategy and terminated its partnership with Marvel. Title, Mega Man Universe. Developer and publisher, Capcom. A 2.5D entry in the Mega Man series was announced in 2010 for digital release on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Functioning as both a remake of Mega Man 2, 1988, and a creation suite that would allow players to customize their own characters and levels.
Following the departure of Mega Man series, producer Kaiji Mathian later that year, news on the game went silent until March 2011, when it was officially cancelled.
In a subsequent interview, Capcom's Christian Svensson explained that while Universe was pretty far in production, the quality of the game did not meet the company's standards, leading to the decision to cancel the game.
Title Metro 2033. Developer 4A Games. Publisher THQ. The game was initially announced as coming to PlayStation 3 and PC under the name Metro 2033, The Last Refuge.
Following THQ becoming the publisher for the game, the decision was made to cancel the PS3 version in favor of an Xbox 360 port. Title Militant. Developer and publisher Zidalba Studios. Originally announced for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita and PC, only the PS4 and PC versions were released.
Title Monster Hunter Tri. Developer and publisher Capcom. Initially announced as a PlayStation 3 exclusive, development later shifted to the Wii due to the high development costs for HD consoles.
Title Mortal Kombat 10. Developer NetherRealm Studios. Publisher Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. Initially announced alongside versions for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC, the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions were delayed past the other versions released due to development difficulties.
Eventually, it was announced that the two versions had been cancelled due to NetherRealm's inability to get the game running at acceptable quality on the older consoles. Title Mr. T, the video game. Developer Zootfly. In 2009, Zootfly announced that they were planning to release a series of video games based on the Mr. T graphic novels. The first of which would be an action-adventure game featuring Mr. T and will write battling Nazis.
However, no Mr. T games from Zootfly ever materialized. Title NBA League 11. Developer EA Canada. Publisher EA Sports. Following several releases in the NBA Live series, EA Sports attempted to rebrand the series as NBA League, with the title being announced for the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and iOS.
However, it suffered heavy development troubles, and after delaying the release, the decision was made to cancel it entirely a week before its intended street date, with subsequent games returning to the NBA Live name.
Despite the cancellation, some PlayStation 3 copies had already been shipped to stores and have since become rare collector's items.
Only the iOS mobile version of the game ever officially released. Title NBA Live 07. Developer EA Canada. Publisher EA Sports. Originally announced as a PlayStation 3 launch title, the PS3 version was cancelled in favor of focusing on development of NBA Street Home Port 2007.
Title NBA Live 13. Developer EA TaBNWNE. Publisher EA Sports. Following the cancellation of NBA League 11, EA spent 2 years preparing to relaunch the NBA Live series, announcing NBA Live 13 at E3 2012.
months later, EA announced the game had been cancelled, feeling that the game's quality was not sufficient and deciding to focus on NBA Live 14 as the return for the series instead. Title Nexus. Developer Alphonic. Publisher THQ. Released for Xbox 360 and PC in 2012, with a PlayStation 3 port scheduled for release later that year, the PS3 version was never released, presumably due to THQ's financial difficulties and impending closure.
Title Naya. Developer Team Ninja. Publisher Koei Tecmo. Originally announced as a PlayStation 3 exclusive in 2005 and intended for release the following year, the game underwent a very slow development period that extended past the end of the system's life, ultimately releasing on PlayStation 4 in 2017.
Title Oil Rush. Developer and publisher Unigine Holding S.A.R.L. Originally released on PC and mobile platforms, the game was also intended to later release as a downloadable PS3 title, but this version never materialized.
Title Omicron Karma. Developer Quantic Dream. A sequel to the Nomad Soul 1999 was planned for release on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC, but was cancelled in favor of focusing on Heavy Rain 2010.
Title The Outsider. Developer Frontier Developments. First announced in 2005 as a showpiece of what was possible with an upcoming PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 hardware. The game experienced a protracted 5 to 6 years of development time, followed by years of limbo status, before it was declared, stopped, and probably gone for good. By a head developer in 2014.
The game centered around a CIA agent who was wrongly accused of a crime, and his efforts as a fugitive to clear his name.
While no official reason was given for its cancellation, reports indicated that the developers may have struggled with the game's open-ended nature, as the game was to present the player with many ways, paths, and endings through the game.
They struggled to find a publisher for the game as well. Title Pirates of the Caribbean Armada of the Damned. Developer Propaganda Games. Publisher Disney Interactive Studios. An action RPG set in the world of the Pirates of the Caribbean films was announced in 2009 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
Despite positive pre-release reception, developer Propaganda Games experienced a restructuring that saw the game's development team laid off in 2010. Title Possession. Developer Blitz Games/Volatile Games. Possession was a real-time strategy game in which players controlled a zombie who amassed an army of other zombies to take down the corporation responsible for his transformation.
The game was put on indefinite hold in 2006 due to the developer's inability to secure a publishing deal. Title Postal 3. Developer Running with Scissors. Publisher Atella. Postal 3 was initially announced for release on Windows and Xbox 360, with a PlayStation 3 version also being seriously considered by the developers.
However, the game was only released for Windows in 2011. Title Prey 2. Developer Human Head Studios. Publisher Bethesda Softworks. A sequel to Prey 2006 was announced shortly after the first game's release. Though substantial work would not begin until 2009, when original publisher 3D Realms transferred the rights to the property to ZeniMax Media.
The game was re-announced by Bethesda Softworks in 2011, the original developer Human Head Studios ceased working on the project later that year for unspecified reasons.
Following several years of rumors about the project's status, the game was formally cancelled in 2014.
A new Prey game would not be released until the series reboot in 2017. Title: Reject Cars. Developer: Slightly Mad Studios. Publisher: Namco Bandai Games. Originally announced for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Wii U, and Windows, the PS3 and 360 versions were cancelled in favor of PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions, while the Wii U version was cancelled.
Title: Quick Draw. Developer: Greenfly Studios. Quick Draw was intended as a video free party game using the PlayStation Move controller, in which players would compete to perform a quick draw with their controller to win a duel.
While announced in 2013 as a downloadable game for PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PC and Mac, the game was never released. Title: Rat Race. Developer: Super Ego Games. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. The episodic comedy adventure game Rat Race was planned for digital release via PlayStation Network, featuring writing and voiceover by comedian Victor Varnado.
The player controlled an office employee trying to get through their dad's things, go on around them.
The game was ultimately cancelled due to development issues and Sony's dissatisfaction with the game's quality.
Title: Recoil Retrograde. Developer: Zeitgeist. Initially announced in 2006 under the title Urban Mysteries, Recoil Retrograde was an action game in which the player was able to go back in time to prevent a dystopian like defeating chrono assassins with their actions in the past affecting the world of the present.
Though intended to release in 2010, the game was quietly cancelled, presumably due to being unable to find a publisher. Title: Reich. Developers: Ignition Florida and UTV True Games. Publisher: UTV Ignition Games. The first-person shooter Reich began development at Ignition Entertainment's Florida studio, which was closed in 2010 after $20 million had already been spent on the project.
Development shifted to the publisher's Texas-based UTV True Games studio, only for the company to be liquidated in 2012. Title: Right to Hell, Route 666. Developer: Black Forest Games. Publisher: Deep Silver. Shortly before the release of Right to Hell, Retribution, 2013, the downloadable spin-off Right to Hell, Route 666, was announced to be releasing on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC later that year, and would allow players to participate in strategy-based battles between biker gangs.
When Retribution released, it received extremely negative reviews and was labeled one of the worst video games of all time, leading Deep Silver to cancel all other Right to Hell projects. Titles: The Ripper / Blooddust. Developer: Visual Games. Publisher: Electronic Arts. A single-player video game that reimagined real-life serial killer Jack the Ripper as an anti-hero whose victims were actually vampires began development in 2008.
At Electronic Arts' behest, the team later added a multiplayer mode that pit teams of Freemasons, police, and vampires against each other.
Due to the game's ballooning budget, technical issues resulting from a shift to the Frostbite engine, and marketing having difficulty finding a way to promote the game, EA canceled Ripper in 2011 before it was ever announced.
An attempt was made to convert the multiplayer mode into a standalone game, titled Blooddust, but this was also cancelled. Titles: Rock Band, Japan. Developers, Harmonix Music Systems/Q Entertainment. A spin-off of the Rock Band series, targeted at the Japanese market, was announced in 2008, intended to primarily feature J-pop music.
The project was later cancelled in 2010, with Harmonix citing the difficulty of licensing Japanese music artists, the cost of shipping instrument controllers overseas, and the limited space available in most Japanese homes. Title: Sacrilegium. Developer: Reality Punk Studios. Publisher: Topware Interactive. Originally announced as a survival horror game, coming to the PlayStation 3, Wii U, Xbox 360, and PC platforms, the game never released in any capacity.
Title: Saints Row. Developer: Volition. Publisher: THQ. Following its original Xbox 360 release, a PlayStation 3 port of Saints Row 2006 was cancelled in favor of focusing on launching Saints Row 2 2008 on both systems.
Title: Civilization. Developer: Blackwing Foundation. Publisher: Topware Interactive. Originally announced for PC, Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, the game entered development hell that extended beyond the lifespan of both consoles.
Title: Scratch the Ultimate DJ. Developers: 7 Studios/Commotion Interactive/Bedlam Games. Publishers: Genius Products and Jinko Media. Scratch the Ultimate DJ, a rhythm game which utilized a turntable controller, was announced in 2008.
In 2009, Activision purchased the game's developer, 7 Studios, leading publisher Genius Products to file a lawsuit against Activision and 7 Studios, claiming the purchase was meant to force a delay of Scratch and ensure that Activision's similar game DJ Hero 2009 would be released first.
Following a legal battle, all source code related to Scratch was returned to Genius, and Bedlam Games took over the game's development.
In 2010, it was announced that the game would also be coming to Windows and mobile platforms.
However, no versions of the game ever saw release.
Title: Severity. Developer: Escalation Studios. Publisher: Cyber Athlete Professional League. An esports-focused first-person shooter was announced in 2006 to be developed in collaboration with John Romero and the Cyber Athlete Professional League, and would feature cross-platform play between Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC.
While planned to launch in 2007, the game failed to materialize. Title: Shadow Clan. Developer: Tiger Hill Entertainment. Publisher: Titan Productions. Shadow Clan was a stealth action game set in New York City, with a player controlling a ninja who battles gangs warring for territory, assisted by AI-controlled characters.
Conceived by film director John Woo, Woo later dropped out of the project, and Titan Productions failed to find anyone to replace him in the role. Title: Shantae, Half Genie Hero. Developer and publisher: WayForward. Following a successful Kickstarter campaign in 2015, development began on the 4th entry in the Shantae series for PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, Wii U, and Windows.
In August 2016, it was confirmed that the 360 and PS3 versions had been cancelled, while the other announced ports all released in December of that year.
WayForward noted that less than 1% of Kickstarter backers cited 360 and PS3 as their preferred console in surveys, and felt this low demand would not justify the time and cost needed to develop these versions.
Title: Shaq Fu, A Legend Reborn. Developers, Saber Interactive and Big D's Productions. Publisher, Mad Dog Games. A sequel to Shaq Fu, 1994, was crowdfunded via Indiegogo in 2014, with plans to release the finished game for PC, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and Wii U.
In 2018, it was announced that the PS3, 360, and Wii U versions had been cancelled, while the remaining versions were released later that year. Title, Sirlin. Developer and publisher, Phillison Studios. While the monster taming RPG Sirlin 2016 was initially announced to be releasing on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation Vita, the PS3 version was cancelled during development.
Title, 6 Days in Fallujah. Developer, Atomic Games. Publisher, Konami. First announced in 2009, the game was met with significant criticism and controversy, given its subject matter and tone.
As a result, Konami chose to no longer publish the game in 2010, with Atomic Games declaring bankruptcy the following year after being unable to find a new publisher.
In 2021, it was announced that development had restarted under Highwire Games, and the game eventually received an early access release in 2023 for PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X/S, and PC.
Title, Snapshot. Developer and publisher, Retro Effect. Just prior to its PC release in 2012, versions for the Vita and PlayStation 3 were announced for release by the end of the year, though neither PlayStation version ever materialized.
Title, Star Wars, Battlefront 3. Developer, Free Radical Design. Publisher, LucasArts. Following the release of Star Wars Battlefront 2, 2005, Free Radical Design was contracted to develop a third entry in the series, with a focus on seamless movement from ground-based combat to space battles.
However, a change in leadership at LucasArts led to the publisher becoming dissatisfied with the project and withholding payments for 6 months, eventually resulting in the game's cancellation and Free Radical entering bankruptcy.
A prototype for Xbox 360 was leaked in 2016, while a near final Wii build of the game was uncovered in 2024.
Title, Steamlock Chronicles 2. Developer, Iran. A sequel to Steamlock Chronicles 2005 was initially announced for PlayStation 2 in 2006 before shifting development to PlayStation 3 the following year.
After missing a planned 2008 release date, no new updates on the game emerged until 2011, when it was announced that the game had been cancelled following the 2011 Tahiti earthquake and tsunami. Title, TaBNWNE. Developer, Big Rooster. Publisher, Capcom. A video game version of the Games Workshop board game TaBNWNE was announced in 2007 to be published by Capcom.
The following year, Capcom announced that the game had been cancelled due to a misfire early in development, determining that the cost of finding a new developer for the project would outweigh the expected returns. Title, Tekken X Street Fighter. Developer and publisher, Namco Bandai Games. Announced in 2010 alongside the Capcom developed Street Fighter X Tekken 2012, which featured characters from the Street Fighter and Tekken franchises in Street Fighter-based 2D battles. Tekken X Street Fighter was Namco Bandai's take on the crossover and would have featured 3D Tekken-style gameplay.
However, the game entered development hell that extended beyond the lifespan of the PlayStation 3. To date, the project has been on hold since 2016 with no indication that it will be released. Title: Ice. Developer: Shrek 7 Games. Announced at E3 2005 for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC. Developer Shrek 7 Games confirmed the following year that the PS3 version had been cancelled due to the high costs of developing for the system, with focus being placed on finishing the 360 and PC versions.
However, these ports were also never released, likely due to being unable to find a publisher. Title: A. Developer: Metropolis Software. Following the announcement of the horror first-person shooter in 2007, developer Metropolis Software was acquired by CD Projekt, which moved the team off of it in favor of working on The Witcher, with it ultimately going unreleased.
Title: This is Vegas. Developer: Surreal Software. Publishers: Midway Games/Warner Brothers. An open-world video game centered around the activities in Las Vegas.
Announced in 2008, it was cancelled in 2010 after Midway Games went bankrupt and their assets were acquired by Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment.
No official reason was given, but the game's budget up to that point was already at US $50 million, a massive number for a game at that time.
Title: Time Splitter 4. Developer: Free Radical Design. Publishers: Crytek. A fourth entry in the Time Splitter series was announced in 2008 for release on PlayStation 3 following several years of rumors.
However, the project ultimately fizzled out after the game failed to find a publisher due to both the poor reception of Free Radical Design's previous game Haze 2008 and publishers' unsureness of how to market the game.
Following Free Radical's closure in 2014, the studio was re-established in 2021 under the Embracer Group and once again began work on a new Time Splitters game, but this too was cancelled in 2023 after Embracer closed the studio down.
A prototype of the PlayStation 3 version was later discovered in 2024. Title: Time O. Developer: Zootfly. Time O was an action game following two New Yorkers trapped in a parallel shadow version of the city.
The game was built using work originally done for a Ghostbusters prototype, which had been cancelled due to Zootfly not acquiring the license.
Following the game's initial announcement, little news on the game surfaced over the following year, with the game itself ultimately never materializing.
Title: TaBNWNE. Developer: Ubisoft Montreal. Publisher: Ubisoft. A PlayStation 3 version of TaBNWNE 2007 was shown at press events, but never released.
Title: To End All Wars. Developer: Future Entertainment. A first-person shooter set during World War I was announced in 2007, but never materialized.
Title: Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six: Patriots. Developer and publisher: Ubisoft. A new entry in the Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six series was announced in 2011 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC via a trailer with pre-rendered target footage.
In 2013, it was announced that the game had shifted to the next generation of consoles, though the project experienced several issues in the transition and needed to be rebooted.
By 2014, it had been confirmed that Patriots had been cancelled and that the series would be rebooted with Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege 2015.
Title: Until Dawn. Developer: Supermassive Games. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Development began on the PlayStation 3 with a planned release year of 2013 and was initially designed around the use of the PlayStation Move accessory.
The decision was later made to retool the game and expand its scope by shifting development to the PlayStation 4, where it released in 2015. Title: Voltage. Developer: IVA. The racing game Voltage was scheduled for release on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC in 2008, but never materialized.
Title: The Wall. Developers: WorldForge/DureCT. The Wall, a shooter set in a dystopian future, was first announced in 2006 for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but failed to materialize.
Titles: War Devil/Project King. Developer: DG Guys. Publisher: Ignition Entertainment. Originally announced as War Devil in 2004 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 version, was later announced as well.
The game was planned to be similar in concept to the Dynasty Warriors by DG Guys, a newly created developer subsidiary by publisher Ignition Entertainment.
The game went through a lengthy and difficult 7-year development period, including a brief rebrand/reworking of the game as Project King to salvage work done on it. But it was ultimately cancelled, with Ignition going out of business shortly afterwards.
Titles: Warriors Lair. Developer: Idle Minds. Publisher: Sony Computer Entertainment. Originally announced as Ruined by Sony at E3 2011 as a cross-platform PlayStation 3 and Vita game due out in 2012.
The game was heavily promoted across 2011, with outlets such as IGN being given access to playable builds of the game, but the status on the game went quiet moving into 2012, where it missed E3 2012 and its release year entirely.
By July 2013, the game was announced to be cancelled on both platforms.
Titles: The Witcher: Rise of the White Wolf. Developer: Widescreen Games. Publisher: CD Projekt. A port of The Witcher 2007 was announced for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2008 and would feature various enhancements compared to the PC original.
In 2009, developer Widescreen Games announced they had put the project on hold due to payments from publisher CD Projekt being late.
CD Projekt responded that the late payments had been due to Widescreen missing deadlines and the port's lackluster quality, and that they had terminated their relationship.
Titles: Wonderflick. Developer and publisher Level 5. A cross-platform JRPG announced for iOS, Android, Nintendo 3DS, Xbox One, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, and Wii U.
The game was intended to support cross-saving, allowing the player to save, progress on one platform and pick up where they left off on another.
Gameplay also occurred on two separate screens, whether it be on dual-screen platforms like Wii U and 3DS, or through other means like remote play.
While the mobile versions, released in early 2014 in Japan, it suffered from a troubled launch and short lifespan, being shut down just a year later, leading to the cancellation of all console versions. Title: World in Conflict, Soviet Assault. Developer: Massive Entertainment. Publisher: Ubisoft. Following the release World in Conflict 2007 on PC, the Soviet Assault expansion pack was announced, along with standalone ports for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
The project was cancelled following the merger of Activision and Vivendi Universal, only for Ubisoft to acquire the rights to the franchise.
While the PC expansion was released in 2009, Ubisoft decided not to release the console ports.
Title, WWE Brawl. Developer and publisher, THQ. A new WWE wrestling game, WWE Brawl, was announced in 2011 for release on PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii.
Unlike THQ's annual WWE releases, Brawl was a spin-off intended to be a more fast-paced party fighting game akin to Super Smash Bros. Or Power Stone.
However, the game was never released, presumably due to THQ's financial difficulties at the time.
In 2024, a prototype of a previously unknown Nintendo 3DS version was found and shared online. Title, WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007. Developer, Ukes. Publisher, THQ. While announced for PlayStation 3 alongside other versions of the game, the decision was made to cancel the port due to its rate of development, which would have seen it released well after the other versions. The series would come to PlayStation 3 a year later with WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2008.
Title, Zombies. Developer, Dick Rooster. Publisher, Twilight Creations Incorporated. A video game adaptation of the board game, Zombies, was announced in 2008 for digital release on Xbox 360 and PS3.
Whoa!
However, publisher Twilight Creations later announced the next year that Dick Rooster would no longer be working on the game and that they were seeking a new developer.
The game was ultimately released only on Windows Phone in 2011, developed by PawerDirector.
And title, Zombies Animals de l'Alert. Developer, High Voltage Software. Publisher, MTV Games. First announced exclusively for WiiWare in 2008, this version was cancelled in 2011 when the developers failed to keep the game within the WiiWare size limits.
While PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions were announced as replacements, those two were cancelled, and the game only saw release for iOS mobile devices in 2013.
The following games were initially announced as PlayStation 4 titles, but were subsequently cancelled or postponed indefinitely by developers or publishers. Title, Console. Developer, Interceptor Entertainment. Publisher, 3D Realms.
Title, Delta Force. Developer, Team EJ3 Studio. Publishers, Team E Studio Group and Arena. Originally the game was going to release for the PS4 and Xbox One, alongside PS5 and Xbox Series X/S. Meanwhile the PS5 and Xbox Series X/S version was released. The PS4 and Xbox One version were never released due to unknown reasons.
Title, EverQuest Next. Developer and publisher, Daybreak Game Company. 2016.
Title, Gotham Knights. Developer, WB Games Montreal. Publisher, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. Gotham Knights was originally announced for PS5, PS4, Windows, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X/S.
The PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X/S versions were released in 2022, while the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One version were cancelled because WB Games Montreal thought it was better off focusing efforts to deliver a polished experience on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X/S. Title, Human Element. Developer, Robotoki. Starting development in 2012 and being announced at the Game Awards in 2014, the game was an ambitious first-person shooter by Robert Bowen, who had previously worked on Call of Duty titles.
Announced for the Wii U, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC platforms. Development was put on hiatus before being cancelled in early 2015 due to the inability to fund the game and subsequent closure of developer Robotoki. Title: Hyenas. Developer: Creative Assembly. Publisher: Sega. Hyenas was announced in 2022 as part of IGN's Summer of Gaming event.
It was going to be a FPS game for Windows, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X/S, and was going to be a free-to-play similar to Fortnite and Apex Legends.
In early August 2023, Sega executives publicly called Hyenas development challenging, raising the possibility it would be cancelled, and stated they would look at adjusting the game's business model, possibly to free-to-play.
Its development was halted by Sega on September 28, 2023, along with multiple other unannounced games, due to lower profitability of the European region. Title: Killing Heights. Developer: Nex Entertainment. 2016.
Title: Legacy of Kain, Dead Sun. Developer: Climax Studios. Publisher: Square Enix Europe. 2012.
Title: Lego James Bond. Developer: TT Games. Publisher: Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. In 2016, TT Games pitched a new entry in their long-running line of Lego games, this time based on the James Bond film franchise.
The pitch was rejected due to the film's adult themes and level of violence being too extreme for the Lego brand's family-friendly demographic.
A trailer for the game was later leaked in 2024.
Title: Overkill's The Walking Dead. Developer: Overkill Software. Publisher: Starbreeze Studios. 2019.
Title: Paragon. Developer and publisher: Epic Games. 2018.
Title: Project Ragtag. Developer: Visual Games. Publisher: Electronic Arts. 2017.
Title: Project Rat Rabbit. Developers: Manny and Sean Ennis. Publisher: Peekab. 2017.
Title: Silent Hills. Developers: Kojima Productions. Publisher: Konami. 2015.
Title: Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Frontline. Developers: Ubisoft Bucharest and Ubisoft Kyiv. Publisher: Ubisoft. A new Battle Royale entry in the Ghost Recon series was announced back in October 2021 for PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X/S, and Google Stadia.
9 months later, Ubisoft cancelled the game due to negative feedback received during the game's announcement and its closed beta test. Title: Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Patriots. Developers: Ubisoft Montreal, Red Storm Entertainment, and Ubisoft Toronto. Publisher: Ubisoft. A new entry in the Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six series was announced in 2011 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and PC via a trailer with pre-rendered target footage.
In 2015, it was announced that the game had shifted to the next generation of consoles, though the project experienced several issues in the transition and needed to be rebooted.
By 2014, it had been confirmed that Patriots had been cancelled and that the series would be rebooted with Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege 2015.
Title: Uppers. Developer: Bullets. Publisher: Marvelous. 2020.
Title: Wild. Developer: Wild Sheep Studio. Publisher, Sony Interactive Entertainment. 2024.
Title, War of the Orient. Developer, TaBNWNE Interactive Entertainment. Publisher, Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. 2016.
And title, Wolf, The Red Hood Diaries. Developer and publisher, Grid Game Studio. 2015.
The PlayStation 5 is a home video game console launched by Sony Interactive Entertainment in 2020 as the successor to the PlayStation 4 and as one of the inaugural platforms within the 9th generation of video game consoles.
The console has been released in multiple variants throughout its lifetime, including a slimmer redesign as well as a more powerful iteration, the PlayStation 5 Pro.
Despite initially encountering commercial difficulties due to a global semiconductor shortage resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, the console was declared as Sony's biggest PlayStation platform launch within 2 weeks of its release, ultimately shipping 84.2 million units worldwide as of November 2025.
This list documents games that were in development for PlayStation 5 at various points in its history, but either didn't release in any capacity or were reconfigured in production.
There are currently 17 games on this list. Title, Bloodborne Remake. Developer, Bluepoint Games. Publisher, Sony Interactive Entertainment. In February 2026, it was reported by Bloomberg News that Bluepoint Games had successfully pitched a remake of the PlayStation 4 title Bloodborne 2015 to Sony in early 2025, making it their second remake of a From Software game following the PlayStation 5 launch title Demon's Souls 2020.
However, From Software themselves turned the project down. Title, Football Manager 25. Developer, Sports Interactive. Publisher, Sega. The 2025 iteration of the yearly Football Manager franchise was delayed twice before eventually being cancelled outright.
The developers cited internal concerns about its quality and that any further delays would move it too far past the start of the current football season.
The team instead decided to cancel the game in favor of focusing on the 2026 iteration.
Title, Untitled God of War multiplayer game. Developer, Bluepoint Games. Publisher, Sony Interactive Entertainment. In October 2025, images leaked online from a multiplayer spin-off in the God of War franchise that was to be developed by Bluepoint Games.
The screenshots inferred a return to the Greek mythology backdrop of the original God of War trilogy and the implied return of the villain Hades.
Sony had previously ended work on an unspecified Bluepoint Games project in early 2025.
Title, Hyenas. Developer, Creative Assembly. Publisher, Sega. A multiplayer-focused first-person shooter game announced in 2022.
It was cited as Sega's most expensive game ever made, with a budget that surpassed the US $70 million spent on Shenmue in 1999.
Sega called it one of their super games that was pivotal to the publisher's future, expressing hope that it would recoup the investment put towards the title.
After several alpha tests conducted throughout the next year, Sega remained unhappy with the game's progress and reception, sending more of its in-house staff to Creative Assembly to closely supervise development.
In 2023, they cited the game's production as challenging and were looking into adjustments for its monetization model, including a potential pivot towards being a free-to-play game.
Sega officially canceled the title in September 2023, attributing it towards a lack of potential profitability in Europe.
An anonymous developer from Creative Assembly later alleged a lack of direction, paired with a risk of releasing an unoriginal game in an overly saturated market, as contributing to the decision to end IM's development.
Title: The Last of Us Online. Developer: Naughty Dog. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. Originally beginning development as a multiplayer mode for The Last of Us Part 2, 2020, similar to the first game's factions, Naughty Dog Creative, lead Neil Druckmann and co, lead game designer Emilia Schnetz announced in 2019 that the multiplayer component would not be timed to release with a game in 2020, with a developer separately confirming that such work would continue separately.
Druckmann revealed more details at Summer Game Fest 2021 in June, including its conversion into a standalone game, project that was as big as Naughty Dog's single-player titles, focusing on completely new characters in a separate area within the United States.
Production of the title persisted until being scaled back in 2023 as Sony reassessed its direction and subsidiary Bungie evaluated the game, expressing concern that it would not be able to sustain long-term player engagement.
The game was cancelled in December 2023, with Naughty Dog citing its ambitious scale and an unwillingness to shift pivotal resources away from upcoming single-player projects such as Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. Title: Lego Disney. Developers: Traveler's Tale / The Lego Group. Publisher: Warner Brothers Games. A report from Nintendo Life in March 2023 revealed that according to sources close to its development, TT Games had conceived a Lego video game that would feature an ensemble of characters derived from various Disney properties similar to the Disney Infinity franchise, codenamed Project Marley.
The game was scrapped due to perceived similarities with Disney Dreamlight Valley 2023, which released a critical and commercial success later that year. Title: Lego Guardians of the Galaxy. Developers: Traveler's Tale / The Lego Group. Publisher: Warner Brothers Games. A report from Nintendo Life in March 2023 alleged that according to sources close to its development, TT Games had previously cancelled a Lego video game adaptation of the Marvel Comics characters, the Guardians of the Galaxy, which had been in development for 18 months under the codename Project Cosmic.
Title: Untitled London Studio Game. Developer: London Studio. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. Sony announced an online multiplayer game in development by London Studio in October 2022 under the codename Project Camden.
The game would have been set in a fictionalized London hybridizing traditional fantasy and contemporary aesthetics with an emphasis on cooperative gameplay.
The game was officially cancelled in conjunction with a permanent closure of the developer in February 2024.
Soon after, a group of former London studio developers regrouped to found independent studio Twisted Works.
Many concepts from their prior work at Sony would be resurfaced in their upcoming debut title Cast Outs, currently in development and slated to release for PlayStation 5, Windows and Xbox Series X/S.
Title: Mirror Pond. Developer: Pen Studio. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. By June 2021, Pen Studio had begun developing an open-world, live service game built on the gameplay systems introduced in their single-player title Days Gone.
The game was cancelled by Sony in January 2025, leading to the studio laying off 30% of its staff at that time.
In February 2026, the game's working title of Mirapon was leaked alongside development footage sourced from the showreel of a former animator at the studio, revealing the game to be a third-person shooter with military-grade weaponry.
Title: Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time Remake. Developer: Ubisoft Montreal. Publisher: Ubisoft. A remake of Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time was originally in development by Ubisoft Montreal and Ubisoft TaBNWNE and announced in 2020 for 8th generation consoles and PC for release the following year.
Whoa!
After subsequent criticism for the game's visuals, the game was delayed to 2022 and was soon postponed indefinitely to address feedback.
In May 2022, production of the title was internally rebooted with Ubisoft Montreal taking over responsibilities.
In November 2023, the Prince of Persia series social media accounts announced that development was progressing smoothly after reaching a significant internal milestone.
The game was re-revealed under its original title at Ubisoft Forward in June 2024, where it was slated for a 2026 launch.
In January that year, Ubisoft announced the game was among multiple that had been cancelled as part of a wider organizational restructuring at the publisher. Title: Redfall. Developer: Ark and Austin. Publisher: Bethesda Softworks. A multiplayer-focused open-world first-person shooter game, developed by Ark and Austin and released in May 2023 for Windows and Xbox Series X/S.
During a preview event for the game in March, creative director Harvey Smith confirmed to IGN that the title was initially slated to release on PlayStation 5. But development on said version was cancelled at Microsoft's request following their acquisition of ZeniMax Media, the parent company of Ark and Austin, in March 2021. Title: Marvel Spider-Man: The Great Web. Developer: Insomniac Games. Publisher: Sony Interactive Entertainment. A ransomware attack on developer Insomniac Games in December 2023 revealed that they had internally pitched a multiplayer entry in the Marvel Spider-Man series inspired by the Spider-Verse comics and concept.
Described as Spider-Man meets GTA Online in pitch documents, the game would have players selecting from a roster of alternate Spider people to complete various missions and daily challenges in an open-world New York City.
Like other live service games, The Great Web was to be supported by a battle pass providing quarterly seasons of additional content such as new story chapters.
Title: Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Frontline. Developers: Ubisoft Bucharest and Ubisoft Kyiv. Publisher: Ubisoft. Originally announced in 2021, the game was to be a first-person massively multiplayer online PvP class-based tactical shooter battle royale game.
An alpha test was originally scheduled to take place shortly after its unveiling, but was delayed indefinitely for undisclosed reasons.
A closed beta was held in confidentiality in January 2022, although footage was quickly leaked on live streaming sites such as Twitch, leading to backlash against the game's resemblance to Call of Duty Warzone.
Ubisoft cancelled the title altogether in July 2022. Title: Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland. Developer: Red Storm Entertainment. Publisher: Ubisoft. Announced in 2021 as a free-to-play third-person shooter title, it originated as a battle royale multiplayer mode for Tom Clancy's The Division 2, 2019, though pivoted to a streamlined survival focus.
Playing Heartland would also secured rewards in both the Division 2 and sister title Tom Clancy's The Division Resurgence.
The game was revealed to have been cancelled by Ubisoft during an earnings call in May 2024.
Title Untitled Twisted Metal Game. Developer Firestrike. Publisher Sony Interactive Entertainment. An unannounced entry in the Twisted Metal franchise under the codename Project Copper was cancelled by Sony in early 2024 as part of a series of studio layoffs.
It would have been a live service title focused around third-person battle royale mechanics that was previously developed by third-party studio Lucid Games, whom Sony collaborated with on Destruction All-Stars 2021 before being taken over by first-party team Firestrike later in production. Title Untitled Warner Brothers crossover game. Developer Traveler's Tales. Publisher Warner Brothers Games. According to a March 2023 report by GamesIndustry.biz, developer Traveler's Tales had previously been working on a shooter game codenamed Project Rainbow Road, which was alleged to be a crossover between multiple Warner Brothers media properties such as DC Comics, Rick and Morty, and external franchises like Stranger Things.
It had already been cancelled by the time of the report's publication to allocate more resources for projects such as Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight 2026 and title Wild. Developer Wild Sheep Studio. Publisher Sony Interactive Entertainment. An open-world survival game, which was originally in development and announced as a PlayStation 4 exclusive, suffered significant delays further, compounded by original director Michel Ansel's retirement from the games industry in 2020.
The game was never completed, despite Ansel iterating in December 2024 that editorial duties on the title were transferred from Wild Sheep to Ubisoft Terrace, owing to his prior employment at the publisher, and that the former studio shifting the game to the PlayStation 5 proved to be its undoing.